Okay, I know. Oh god, I'm hearing myself. I know that the mic is gonna be pretty fucking garbage. I won't fucking lie. Eh. Oh, I don't want to hear myself. There we go. Okay. Also, I don't know exactly how to look at chat. Where the fuck is my phone? Like, where? I just had my fucking phone. There it is. Okay. We gonna be some bougie bitches today. Because some of you may know what we're doing today. Some of you may not know what we're doing today. Today is a cooking stream. Hand cam stream. And for those that do not know what we're cooking, I don't know exactly how to start this. But today is my second anniversary of VTubing. Of course, not using a fucking VTuber model for my second anniversary. 1 second. Pulling up YouTube on my phone. And go to my own channel, then my own stream. Turn off the audio. All messages. And set this. Wait, why do I hear my. Dude, I just turned this shit down. I guess set that over here. I guess. I don't know. Quick, you can. The little heart in the corner is blocking my view. So. So I am still kind of setting this up. What the fuck is it? Oh, I'm like, why is my garbage can smelling? Like, what is in my trash? Oh wait, I forgot. I threw away some meat the other day because it was going bad. So, I'm gonna go throw that away in the garbage chute real quick. So, the eye isn't on, but I will be right back because I'm throwing that shit away. Okay? Like, holy shit, this smells. Forgot to take out the trash before I started stream. And I am not living with this smell the entire fucking stream, so. Okay. Got my key. Alright, I'll be right back. What are you guys spamming? Hello, everyone. We're cooking headphones? Hell yeah. Cooking some free headphones. And what I mean by free is that these they are like last time I looked at these are pretty, like, they're over $100 last time I checked. I won't lie. Um, let's see here, where they go. There's SteelSeries Arctic somethings, I don't really know, but they're free for me because Xbox gave them to me. How's your camera above the stove? So I remember there was some big like tweet thread or whatever talking about like 4K cameras for hand cams, and it was pretty cheap, so I bought one. And so the cord for it is only like 3 feet long though. So I ended up um getting a 10-foot extension for the USB when I went back to the US because I can't find one here for some fucking reason. Um and it didn't work for a little bit, but it's like I let it sit for like 30 minutes and all of a sudden it worked. And it's like, cool. So I can just hang this above my stove. Like, you guys can see my cabinet wave and everything. What am I doing? Dude, I almost fucked up because for those that do not know, I've been doing carnivore and I was about to put sugar in my tea. Xbox record that. I mean, it's good quality image, but nth frame rate. Yeah, so I could put it at a higher frame rate. I could, because it goes to 60 FPS. I could, except when I do, let me actually swap to 60 FPS for you guys. Right now it's on 50, in which I don't know why. Oh god, that. No, okay, well, you're not gonna see it. But when I do swap it to 60, it gets those little like wave lines over it. So it's like you just constantly have lines going back and forth. The moment you accidentally, it would be funny if you live streamed the moment you accidentally ended the diet. Bro, I don't think you understand. Every time I open up my cabinet, I see this fucking bag of Skittles. And I'm like, oh, I wish I could just take like a few of them. Which, I mean, it takes 50 grams of carbs to break me out of ketosis. Okay. I mean, I can have one Skittle. I actually can. I'll take them off your hands. Yeah, Mr. New Zealand. Shut up. So it's estimated 50 carbs to take you out of ketosis. But we're just gonna have to, like, so I'm gonna be pretty intense about it. At least as intense as I can be. Hell yeah, use that PNG. What you gonna? Sorry, I'm finally looking at Twitch chat because like my phone is over there, my Twitch chat is over on the side. I contemplated setting up my laptop so I could see both chats like just in the corner over there, but I ended up not doing that. One Skittle rule. One is too much. LMG takes a Skittle and dies. That's my weakness, Skittles. No. But so let's see here. Heard it was somebody's special expulsion day. Hell yeah, it's special expulsion. AKA you. Get the fuck out. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But we do have some pretty good things today, in which it's honestly all up to personal interpretation of what is good. Okay? So, yeah. Dennis, I just switched from Twitch to here. Yeah, dude, I can't see Twitch. And also, I'm focusing more on YouTube stuff. Just in general. Is this a breather on the side? I mean, eh. Over's over timeout button for the funny. um, what is it? It would be funny if out of all different things, the one thing that kills me is a singular Skittle. It just shoots me like a fucking bullet. Straight in the middle of my fucking head. But what are we cooking today? Well, we got some interesting things. First off, I have not eaten breakfast. So, carnivore wise, I gotta make some meat. We gonna guzzle some meat. Let's see here. Where is the lighter in the frame? Is it here? Okay. I don't know why the frame rate is that shit, because when you look at the fucking like actual camera itself on the application, it's not that frame that like, is it really that bad? Holy shit. What if I change the autofocus? What if I turn off the light up here? It is I can't tell if it's better or not. It's not that good. Hello? 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 I just restarted OBS. Okay. And at least on the OBS, it looks like it's better frame right now. We back, baby. Yeah, it's back and better than ever. We got frames. Okay, so I still haven't gone over the plan. For those that do not know the plan, succulent frames. Give me the frames. For those that do not know what we're doing, and I never saw anything that I posted, we got some big plans today on stuff to cook. So I went to a meat market the other day. My fridge touched my booty. I'm suing my fridge. So, got some pretty big plans. And don't worry, for those that do not know, I'm not. For those that want to know, I'm not gonna have my actual hands touching because I do have some gloves. Like I have hand gloves. Don't worry. But I have a 30-day dry aged Scotch fillet steak. That is one thing. And then I have a bone-in sirloin MB5 plus Wagyu. But you think that's a little bit insane. How about actual Japanese A5 Wagyu? Cover those wrists, you slut. Yeah, we got some fucking A5 Wagyu, baby. And I'm gonna keep this pan just for this. But everything up leading up is just gonna be in this pan. I only have 2 pans, and I don't want to ruin this pan. I know the bottom's shit, but I don't want to ruin this pan for this. And we're not gonna cook the whole thing. We're gonna cut it up a little bit, and I'm gonna save some of it. But for right now, the 85 Wagyu is gonna go back in the fridge. I honestly still don't know exactly what I'm doing with it. Other than it's like, oh, you don't need to cook it that long. And also, I saw something where it's like, just take like a little lighter and just torch it a little bit. So that's why I have this. So the reason why I own this is because I have candles. But now, I thought, you know, let's go on, light this bitch up. No. There we go. Bye! But now, how should we start this thing? Okay? How should we start? Looking in my fridge. There it is. I got a notification on Discord. Okay, notification was for nothing. Seasoning and putting oil in the pan? No. No. So I do have some duck fat. And we're gonna have some breakfast real quick. Okay? Take out some of the duck fat. Yeah, get out. Also, I do have beef tallow as well. Well, the camera's this way now. I do have some beef tallow. Also, anytime you hear this, it's, if you can even hear that, that is me washing my hands. I'm also realizing how much of a fucking mess behind me is. Because I have like an island behind me. Like a kitchen island. Also noticing some dirty things on my stove. Oh, get out. There we go. Wiggle this around, lubricate that pan. The only thing in my life that actually gets lubrication. Because nothing is easy. Anyhow, happy anniversary from Amory. Hey! Thank you, man. Also, I don't really know exactly what I want to talk about during this stream, especially since I'm going to be focusing more on cooking as well. But I've thought about just talking about, from my experience of do's and don'ts. Like, what would I do? What would I not do? If I were to restart, what would I do with the knowledge that I have now? But also, as I said, we're gonna have some breakfast, so I have duck eggs. Opening up this package where I don't break the eggs. But then again, these eggs are honestly tough as shit. These are fucking massive eggs, dude. They're massive and they're tough as fuck. I'm gonna lower those because it's starting to smoke. I don't need it to smoke. Also, I'm getting a bowl to crack them in off screen because the past couple times that I've used them, fucking like I've gotten eggshells into the pan because of just how tough it is to break these. I'll stop rolling around. But like, you can't. I guess that kind of worked, but fucking, it's taking so much force to fucking open it. Are you glad that you met Midas? Yeah, I'm glad. So that's basically something to sum up some things. Also, I don't know. Well, I guess you guys can see stuff over here. Something to sum up to make it less intense involving the conversation. While I have gripes of things that have happened and what could have happened in the past, I am glad to be where I am and to have met the people that I know. And there's also some IRL things, because straight up, like, the past 2 years have been extremely intense IRL. Because all things considered, look at the fact that literally a year ago, I was living in Alabama. And now I'm on a foreign contract for my company that I was working for before in Australia. And, like, straight up, if I really want to, I could actually, like, I now, beforehand, it was me seeing if I could do VTubing, streaming, content creation as a way to stop doing IRL work when you consider it. But because of how well IRL stuff is, I'm straight up actually doing this for the game. I am the definition of the meme. Bro, I'm just doing this for the game. Egg and bowl. Also, I'm realizing I could just use coffee cups, so it doesn't take too much room. Also, I don't know why that egg didn't take that much effort to open. Because they've been bitches to open. Coffee cup. How thick are they? So they have some of the same viscosity as normal chicken eggs. But you can definitely tell, especially when they're cooked, that they are a lot hard. I wouldn't say hard, but they are harder to chew. Now, man, we're all been yeah, words. The moment we've all been waiting for is some of this duck fat ladled around. Duck eggs in duck fat. Also, I see a broken shell in it. As I said, like they're pretty hard to open. on your drive home. Nice. Shouldn't you be cooking some of that in the oven? Also, I almost said cooking. I could cook in the oven. I don't have to. Yeah, it tastes better. And it's also a lot thicker. And the yolks are much richer. Yeah, that popped. One of the bubbles popped up into me. Also, I might have to open up one of my windows, I won't lie. Decorate it real quick. Like, they're a lot thicker than chicken eggs, so they take more effort to fucking cut apart. Yeah. Also, I know for some reason, like I've heard that it's apparently offensive to some people to call stuff over easy. I like my eggs over easy. And then what I usually do is I have some toast with it. But I can't have bread. I could have keto bread. Like, I actually could have keto bread. But I didn't go to the store last night. To who? Dude. I went into, like, a fucking IHOP, like, 3 or 4 years ago. And, like, I was just getting, like, a normal breakfast meal. And they were like, hey, honey, how do you like your eggs? And I'm just like, so I want the toast to stay whole, and I want my eggs over easy. And I'm like, and they just fucking back up like, whoa, don't say that. Like, do you understand that that is offensive and, like, very toxic masculinity? Or whatever? Like, it's showing how toxic you are and your masculinity. And I'm like, bro, like, fine, I like them soft fried. Which also, I probably hard fried these. Because these do cook pretty fast. I will not lie. Let me get a fork. And apparently, like, you can't, like, I just saw something where it's like, where in the US, I was still in Alabama. But, like, you can't say over easy because it means that you are taking over a woman very easily. Like, sexually. I'm like, what the fuck? And then you can't say black coffee because that's racist. But now, moment of truth. Oh yeah. There we go. Hell yeah. That's how I like it. Y'all couldn't even see it. Fuck. Over easy, just like your mom. There, y'all should be able to see it. I don't know. Waiting for stream. Yeah. And then what I've been doing with this stuff, like what I've been doing with the eggs, in which, like, I have some steak left over from last night that I cooked. But I've got a lot of meat to take down today, so I'm not. But what I would do is I would take one of the pieces of steak, I would slice it long ways, and I'd just dip it in the yolk. But I'm keeping that steak that I have as, like, a snack. How is black coffee? Because you're. How is black coffee racist? Because you're calling it black. There's all. I also saw something where it's like you can't have something like. Can I have just straight up coffee? Can I have just straight up coffee? No, because that's homophobic. I'm sorry, but people get fucking offended by anything. In which, in all honesty, if you're offended by a lot of shit, you're just a bitch. Don't impede that onto others. You're built bitch. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be offended by anything. But what I'm saying is that if everything going on in everyone else's life is offending you, then you're just a bitch. No, long time no see is making fun of China. Also, hello, Pixie. Long time no see is making fun of the Chinese immigrants. I'm assuming that word is immigrants because I can't see it because of the little heart in the corner on my phone. Who struggled speaking the language. See, that's also something like, what the fuck is up with the origin of so many different phrases? Like, especially when you don't know the if that is actually the origin of a long time no see, like I've I've used that so many times. So like people would people would probably once they find out the origin of it, if that actually is the origin, I can guarantee at some point someone would get offended by me doing that. Can't say wife favorite to refer to a shirt. I do know about wife beater, and also it's not just a shirt; it's a tank top. It's a specifically a white tank top. I've just always heard it been called a wife beater. I call them A shirts. Why? How the fuck does A shirt make sense? It's like for me, I call it wife beater depending on who I'm around and if I know that they know the joke about wife beaters. If I if not, then I just call it a white tank top. Like a t-shirt, a shirt. Oh, I can see it. I can kind of see it. Let's see here. Burnt toast originated from a study on brain surgery where a doctor was poking at an awake guy's brain with electrical probes. I think there's something involved in the fact of like when you have a stroke, apparently you smell burnt toast. Also, like it's hard, as I was saying, like it's hard to cut these eggs, like with anything. Like, holy shit. Zipperless sweaters are called bunny hugs here. What? See, I would pick it up with my hand and eat it. Well, I may as well. So, like, obviously, when you first cook it, it's gonna be hot as fuck. So that's why I usually don't pick it up. But also, like, I have a beard and a mustache. So, like, I've got egg yolk in my beard right now. More specifically in my mustache. Salt and pepper. That's the seasonings I used. And duck fat. I cooked it in duck fat. Opening up a monster, which so I've also heard that like there's different monsters are like um exclusive. So like here you get Australian or like Aussie lemonade and stuff. So I don't know if Ultra Vice Guava is exclusive or not, but I have it. Never had duck fat before. I usually put garlic powder on my egg and maybe a bit of chives as well. So I mainly have duck fat because um duck fat is healthier for you, especially when you're doing carnivore. But that is because with carnivore, it is so you are trying to cut out as many carbs as possible. You could use butter. And also you're trying to cut out like any kind of plant things as well. So it's like, for say, this canola oil spray. It has canola oil, obviously, in it, but it's extremely fucking processed. So you're trying to cut shit out like this. But it's like I can have butter because like the main ingredient is fat content from milk. And then there's okay, this one also has canola oil, but still. Like you can have this. But it is a high protein. Hold up, just saw something. It is a very high protein and high fat um diet. And you're trying to cut out as many carbs as possible. What about cheese? Yeah, you can have cheese because now you don't want to rely on it. You don't want to rely on cheese, but I kind of do in a sense. Because it's like, for example, I have this as another side meal as well. Taco meat with cheese on it. So in this bag of pizza blend cheese, let's see here. Okay, so this is actually pretty good. Like, this one is really good because it is extremely low carb. Like, base. Let's see, how many grams is this? It's 700 grams of cheese, but in a quantity per 100 grams is less than 1 gram of carbs and 1 gram of sugars. But this is mainly just milk. Hell yeah, shredded cheese at 3 a.m. Except for me, it's almost 10. What was I saying? But okay, yeah. So as I was saying, you want to cut out, like, you can have cheese, but don't rely on it. Because, like, full cream milk, aka whole milk, this has, so per serving of this 2 liter right here, it has 11.5 grams of carbs and 11 grams of sugars. So do not rely on this. You can have it, just don't rely on it. Because, like, for example, in fact, I just noticed if I were to drink this entire 2 liter, it would break me out of ketosis because I would have too many carbs. But now the carbs and sugars from that is all natural though. So it's good carbs and good sugars. All right. Who is ready for a dry aged steak? I'm going to clean this up a little bit. Let's wash it out. Happy anniversary. Thank you, Facer. Yeah. Also, no more spatula. Because from now on, we've got tongs. Because that's how I flip my steaks. And also, we have cutting board. And also, along with cutting board, we have a knife. How's the cooking? Just had some eggs. Hell yeah, click that shit. Don't worry, buddy, I got you. Let's fucking go. Click the fucking tongs. In fact, where the fuck are they? Where are they? Huzzah! Two tongs.
Yes. Yes.
In all honesty, I need to start drinking some water. Because that's something to note involving the carnivore diet, is that you will want to have, like, you will have an extreme thirst. Some say he's more tongue than man. But you'll have an extreme thirst for water and stuff because your body is trying to, like, you lose a shit ton of water weight because a lot of the carbs that you intake usually help you contain water, if I'm correct. Now, I guess I should have stated this earlier. I am not a health expert. Okay? Do your own fucking research. I'm just going off of my own fucking experience and shit. Also, I can have this monster because it only has 3 carbs. Yeah, 3 carbs. Now there's 2 of them. Yeah. 2 tongs. Call me 2 Tong Tom. So we're gonna have a dry aged steak in which I need to actually put my duck fat back in the fridge in a moment because it's all liquid now. It was solid. But it's so fucking hot from the sun because in my apartment, my entire kitchen and living room is connected and it's all just a wall of glass. And it faces like east to west, so I see the sun the entire time. That's how somebody finds out where I live. That's how I get doxxed. Put some duck fat in there. Put this in the fridge, actually. I'll put it open in the fridge. So I'll probably just fucking use the rest of it. I would turn on the pan right now, but we're gonna take away this and this. Well, this is just gonna sit somewhere. I don't know. And I know this is kind of dirty. I don't know how it's gonna show up in the camera, but I have cleaned it like so many fucking times. Like, I can't define how many times I've actually cleaned this shit. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna take some paper towels, lay them across, and it's not bad looking. Yeah, but it's more over for me, like, I personally notice like all the different things. I notice all the problems. I notice all the problems, and I'm one of them. Should actually put this other steak probably back in the fridge, at least for a little bit. But now, 30 days dry aged Scotch fillet. Also, I gotta pull out some other things. I have a multitude of tools at my disposal. So I'm gonna need the duck fat in the pan, which is right there. Need my tongs. I'm gonna keep them right there. But right now, most importantly, I need skeezers. Skeezer. Also, as I said, I was gonna put on gloves. Now is the time to put on gloves. Also, yes, I stole these from work. Get some gloves. Let's see if I can plop this out. I don't know, maybe. Maybe not. Usering in this economy? Hell yeah. Okay, I got some juices on my gloves. Yes, I'm washing my gloves because I do have a bunch of gloves, but like I don't want to get my salt grinder and my pepper grinder dirty. So we are using the finest coarse sea salt and salting it up, which don't need much. Then we are also black pepper, whole peppercorns. Seasoning in this economy? And now you may be questioning, what else are we doing? I don't have garlic powder. Because I forgot to pick some up. But that is no problem. We don't need garlic powder around here. We don't need it at all. Especially when I have lard ass. I don't need garlic powder when I got lard ass by my side. That's too much seasoning for you, Victorian chop. Brother, I'm from the US. I know how to fucking season shit. I'm not Australian. But yeah, we got lard ass, dude. But we don't use this now. We do not use this now. We use it in a bit. Now, I would say do not use stuff that you're going to use on raw meat while you're cooking. But, one, my kitchen, my steak, my pan, my tongs. So I can do whatever the fuck I want. There's that. And then also, if you're literally going to fucking like cook with this, all the juices and everything are gonna come off of this. Dirt covered steak. Hell yeah, get some dirt on that steak, dude. An economy. In this economy? What economy? I know what you're referring to involving the dirt comment. You're referring to, I think, Chef Kuso? Or just somebody that goes by Chef Kuso? Now, I'm gonna take this away, taking the steak away, so I don't have this in the way. Well, actually, this... I'm gonna hope that this works. No. No. Light up. That's what one of the biggest problems with this stove. Is that it doesn't always like lighting up. Where's my lighter? I never actually tried this. This... Oh. Yeah, I did. Kuso seasonings are pretty good. Not sure if it's worth the price. I don't know either. Because I tend to stay away from people selling spices. Will chat get a bite at the end? You know what, Danette? Just for you. Also, hello, Danette. Long time no see. Which is apparently racist to say, by the way. I see you, unlucky. Also unlucky. Here you go. Here's your hydrate and dihydrate. I barely can watch your stream as an EU person. How so? Like connection or the fact that you guys don't season shit? Not apparently, it is. Dude, I say it nonchalantly all the fucking time. It's racist! Shut up. Stop getting offended over everything. I knew it and used it without the knowledge of being racist. That is how I grew up. Stop getting offended by everything. Also getting some more seasoning on this. You guys ready for this shit? Here we go. "30-day dry-aged steak." Although, to be technical, it's xenophobic. What does xenophobic even fucking mean? Does that offend xenomorphs? I don't care about fucking aliens. Fuck them aliens. Yeah, fuck them. Ah, time zones. Yeah. What time is it for you? If I'm correct, you told me what country you live in. Dude, it's fucking midnight. Holy shit. I'm so sorry today. Yeah. Oh. There we go. I care about fucking aliens. Commander Shepard, that's it, right? Racism is thinking someone is inferior by matter of their genetics. Xenophobic is thinking someone is inferior by where they're from. Hmm. It's about time to flip. Oh yeah, it's already time to flip. There we go. Look at that, baby. Look at that. Also, it is extremely smoky. So, I'm going to open up a couple of my windows. So y'all may or may not hear things that are outside of my apartment, and I do not control it. Like, for example, there was construction outside. A lot of xenophobia nowadays is shortened into racism. Oh, hell yeah. Now lower this bitch. Now watch this, okay? Take the tongue away for a little bit. You're gonna take it off the eye for a second. I'm gonna just set it over. Oh, no. Yeah, I'll set it over. Because I still need the heat, and I don't want to turn that off. Spoon. Yeah, spoon. Now, open up the lard ass. There's garlic in this shit. Now. Take some of the lard ass. Put it in the pan. I'm gonna reach over and put this in my plate. Whoa. Get out of the spit. Also, I feel my glove heating up. So that's bad. Yeah. There we go. I need this to melt. I need this butter to melt. I hope the aliens are real so that I have more things to fuck. Hell yeah. Fuck them aliens. Watching this so late isn't good. I'm getting hungry. Don't worry, Danette. Now fucking baste it. It's got garlic, baby. Since I don't have garlic seasoning, I do have garlic and my compound butter. I love putting fluids over my meat. Alright, just sit there for a little bit. Now, I do want to know, I do not cook my steaks all the time like this. I cook my steaks like I do my eggs, except I season them first. Flip it on both sides. As soon as it looks like how I want it, I take it off. This looks like how I want it, so. I'll take this over here. Bring back the cutting board and knife. Now, I'm gonna lift this up a little bit and get some of the compound butter on the opposite side. There we go. Turn off the eye. Now let's talk for 5 minutes. Let it sit. Let it rest. Also, this is my first dry-aged steak ever. And of course, I'm cooking it myself. It's also going to be my first time having Wagyu as well. And I'm cooking it myself. Now put a slab of butter on it. I don't have to, I'm lucky. My spoon. I could just do this. Eh, that's not saying. Yeah, it's always hard after waiting. Well, it's always hard waiting after cooking a meal. Cooking a meat. Did you watch the Wombus broadcast? Yeah. Dude, that shit. So that shit was fucking hilarious. What is it? It started. So, be, to explain how work works for me. I live in the same building as a bunch of people, and we have cars that are provided by our company to then go to work. And who was driving today was slow as fuck getting home. We could have made it home in time just for me to catch the broadcast from the very beginning, except for the fact dude was extremely fucking slow. And I ended up getting here like 7 minutes into the broadcast. It's turning everyone insane, it seems. But also, I will say, I don't fully blame the dude because traffic was fucking atrocious yesterday. And we left work early, by the way. I just want to note that. We left work like an hour early. Done with my non-sponsored monster. I'm not sponsored by anybody. When is traffic not atrocious? So there is some days involving work where we are on our way to, well, we're on our way back from work, and we leave like 30 minutes to an hour early, sometimes even earlier, and like it almost feels like nobody is there. And it only takes us like 20-25 minutes to get home. But yesterday it took us an hour to get home. Also, I am gonna have to wash out this pan, which I could start doing right now. Grab both of these. Gonna set that to the side for a little bit. Now, moment of truth. Which this is gonna turn this pan dirty because of all the juices. But I also do have a plate, so I mean, there's that too. I'm gonna put it on the cutting board. Now, oh yeah, easy to cut. It may look a little bit rough to cut, but that's honestly because of just how the angle is, because I usually lean over. Alright, well. I don't know how to do this. I really don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Because I don't want to set this on the hot eye. How am I doing this? Like this. Oh, shit. So there's the steak on the knife. Take off my gloves. Or take off the singular glove. Man. Gotta wash this. Don't drip off. Wash this in my eye. Okay. And there's the steak. But you can kind of see it right there, how it looks. But here we go. I'm also looking at my screen. Yeah, look. Oh, if I can fucking grab it. Oh yeah, baby. That's how I like it. Little bit of red in it. Dude, and it's all buttery everywhere. It's pulling apart. Oh, I should have. Damn, I should have taken a fucking picture. I guess I can fucking take a picture from stream. I don't know. Maybe I'll plate it like that and just don't care about the fucking juices all over the plate. Now, my phone just my phone just notified me. There has been a change in your resting heart rate. I'm not wearing my watch. My watch is in my room charging. Like I don't need to charge it, but like I'm not wearing my watch today because I don't want a notification to pop up on my wrist and it's like you're pregnant. It detects the Wagyu. This isn't Wagyu. This is dry age. Just posted it on Twitter. Let's see here. Unlucky. What the fuck did you spam? Noted LMG is good cook. Dude, I try to be. I try to be a good cook. But I have no one to cook for. So usually I just end up cooking like just a bunch of random shit all together at once. Now this is my first time having dry aged anything. So I guess just a tip. Oh my god. That's pretty damn good. I would like you to cook for sure. Hell yeah, Danette. Come to Australia. I'm not coming all the way to you. I straight up, like, I can't exactly fully explain it without doxing myself and shit. But when I travel away from Australia, I actually lose. Like, depending on how long, I lose like thousands of dollars. And I'm not lying. Just because of how work is. Let's try a more centerpiece. Well, it's pretty damn good. How? as I said, I can't fully explain, but now, luckily, due to Christmas travel and the fact that I was going home for Christmas, I actually got paid my plane ticket that I had for back home, going back home, reimbursed. So this past week, I actually just got all that money back for the flight, which was $2,000. Just as a small example. But then there's also the fact that when you're on a foreign contract, you gotta know you get something called per diem, which is pay for you to live in another location than where you actually live. And just for a slight example, let me actually calculate how much I lost in per diem going home for Christmas. So let me see. I lost like $1,400 going home just because I left Australia. Now, just so you know, like any time that I talk about money, especially when it comes from work, I don't see all of it. Like that's something that needs to be noted. I don't see it all, and also I have debt. I'm paying my debt. So just noting that I don't see all the money that I make. And then I'll also have debts. But you'll never hear me talk about my actual pay, other than the fact that I personally think the position that I do for work and all the things that I do for work, I do believe that I am underpaid. Because there's somebody back home in Alabama that does a quarter of the work that I do, and he and my base pay is lower than him. And I'm not only doing 4 other jobs, but I also am in a foreign country for my company. And also, straight up, I've caught him watching hentai at work. Yeah, dude straight up, like his routine is he will go, he will come into work, but he will stop at a gas station first, grab a bunch of chips, pork rinds, Sour Patch Kids, whatever, and a bunch of different drinks and shit. He'll come in and just have that sack sitting on his desk. And the most intense parts of the day for him is the morning and afternoon, like for only 30 minutes each. Otherwise, he's got 7 hours in between that nothing's happening. Was it good hentai? I don't know. All I saw was titties. But all he does is just sit at his desk, watch YouTube, play on his phone, and as I said before, I've caught him watching hentai before. But otherwise, he just has to sit at a desk. There's other people that do his job for him. I feel attacked. Depending where in Australia, Sydney. That's the closest airport. The airport tag would be SYD. There's other airports near me. It's just that that's the main one. Oh yeah. Look at that, baby. JK, I thought you were talking not at work. No, I'm talking at work. Using, and I think he was on the company's Wi-Fi too. Which, by the way, I never had access until I came out here. And the only reason why I have access to my company Wi-Fi when at work is because we were doing troubleshooting on our internet, and I caught the password and I tested it on my phone. Nobody else has the password. Like a couple other people have the password, but nobody else has the password. And I'm like, shit, I'm on this bitch. Oh my god, dude, the past 2 weeks we've straight up had like almost little to no internet at work. You able legit? Huh? Talking about like you're able to? I don't know. I've invited a couple people out to me, like straight up. Like I have a second key to my apartment. Um, Now granted, I will fully admit, while I do know you, Danette, I don't actually know you. So I mean, and also it just feels weird. I don't know. Like I do invite you, but that is out of the fact that I am alone here. That's really it. So people that come by and clip it or whatever, like, don't think that I'm trying to be weird. No, not like that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Coming would be, yeah, I know, dude, that'd be fucking insane. But it's like I have invited some people that I actually do know and shit. Like straight up, I have a second key to my apartment. There's a second bedroom. In my old apartment, I had a second bedroom too, and I never touched it. In this one, I do go into the second bedroom and like I do use it. That's because it's more accessible. Like tonight, I might actually sleep in it, but like I mainly just sleep in one of the beds. Now, I do have coworkers that I can hang out with, except for the fact that a lot of them are busy a lot of the time. Or like, for example, there's one coworker that I usually hang out with that's actually the coworker that lives above me. Um, usually he's usually whenever he is not busy, he's talking to his wife and kids back home. So it's like I don't really want to bother him. Yeah, dude, meeting people online is like meet people IRL from online is rough. Because like people can have their own persona and how they act online in any sort of situation, but be completely different IRL. Finish off this state, and then we can move on to the next one.
Yeah.
It's kind of like I'm trying to cut it apart a little bit, but I can't because of the big old chunk of fat. Are you gonna cook more food? Oh yeah, Danette, you're late. So I had two duck eggs. That was a 30-day dry aged steak. And now, as we'll set it out. Now we are about to cook a Wagyu MP5 Plus sirloin. Ooh, now it's time for it. And now, that's not all, Danette. It's not all. We don't just have that. We have a little something special called Japanese A5 Wagyu. But after that, that's it. I actually don't have anything else. Well, I do. It's just that I'm not going to cook it here. Like, for example, I have duck breast. I have some skirt steak. I have some flat iron. You got meat and meat and meat, and also we can't forget meat. Yes, exactly. And at the beginning of the stream, the first thing we had, which I kind of can't show now because it's gone, but we had two duck eggs. Hey, I just got paid. Live paycheck. Let's fucking go. But it's not my full paycheck. Fuck. Alright, is this cooled down? Yeah, it's cool. Now, to prep for the first of the Wagyu steaks. Not that rough to get out of here.
Yeah. Open. Open sesame.
Also, there's a blood pack. Here we go. Now I can just take this. Oh. Of course I fucking cut it. This is covering up the end cap. May as well. Fuck it. Fuck it, dude. Covering up that so it doesn't cut the package. I don't know why I keep the scissors right. Now, something I'm questioning though is C in the bot. Wish I could watch more about having exams for it. Dude, yeah, dude. Fucking sleep for that fucking exam. Don't watch me. Need to fucking clean up this pan. Now, with this Wagyu, I don't know how I should cook it. I'll watch you in sleep. No! Don't watch me in my sleep. Well, in your... Wait, how does that work? Now, I don't know if I should cook this in duck fat or not. Because there's a lot of fucking fat on this. So it has natural tallow. And also, I was contemplating, do I use pink Himalayan sea salt for this? Or normal sea salt? Probably just normal sea salt, because, like, I don't know. I never really thought about this. We'll just do sea salt. But don't need that much. Also, pepper. Now, you may be questioning, may or may not be questioning. One second. Could start without the duck fat and decide later on to add it in if you feel Wagyu is too dry by itself. So, I'm not going to. Like, I'll season it, but I'm not going to use duck fat. Same for the A5. I'm not going to. I think for the A5, I'll actually use oil instead of any kind of fat. And now, maybe questioning, how am I going to cook this one? So, my thoughts with the last one is salt, pepper, and roasted garlic lardass. The fancy salt. I mean, I can do the other side with it. Why not? So I have lardass. But, what if we didn't use lardass? And we use truffle butter? What if we do that? Have some fucking truffle butter with it. Decadent. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. And also, I'm not gonna eat this whole thing. I will note, I am not gonna eat this whole thing. I will cook it, but then I'm gonna save it for later. And now, blood. It's a bunch of blood, aka hemoglobin, not actual blood. Because Dinette said so. Hello, Lyros. Because Dinette said so. Himalayan salt, because fancy salt. Crack a little bit over it. It's actually pretty rough to break. But I don't need to break much. There we go. That was actually pretty tough. I won't lie. Bye, elevator. Bye, Lyros. And a little bit of pepper. It's time to cook. Is that more paper on this? No, it's not. That's just the actual bone. Gonna heat this up and heat it up on low while I dry off a couple things. For example, my canif. Yeah. I'm looking over on Twitch and it says share your progress towards meeting the Partner Plus program or just the Plus program goal, whatever. Like, I'm not a Twitch partner. Why does it give me that option? It's giving me a false hopes, guys. All right. I think it's roughly heated up enough. And crank it up a little bit so we can get a sear on it. Now, look at that bad boy. Dude, this shit's like 2 inches thick. Like 1 or 2 inches thick. This is massive, guys. I do have a feeling that this pan is not big enough for it because it's kind of bending at the ends. Don't get enough time in my day to stay awake because this will leave my PC on. Alright, have a good night, NX. I guarantee you this is probably the kind of steak that you would want to actually put in the oven. But the only pan that I have for that is the one that I'm actually going to cook the A5 Wagyu in. Because this pan can go in the oven because of the metal. It's a metal handle. But this one can't because it's like a plastic handle. I do see it like melting on the sides a little bit. So I think it's fine on the foil. You move it a little bit. Yeah. You might be able to see some of the fat, like it's rendering out. I'm actually gonna flip it. Oh yeah. Look at that, baby. It is smoking a little bit. I will note that. I honestly probably because I have it too high. So I'll put it lower. Kind of pick it back up. Because I do need to render out some of the edges. Just because of how it is. Lay it in the pan just a little bit. So I'm gonna leave it on low like this because I need to render out the cap that's on the back, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Okay, back. Also, I don't know how long I should cook this for, in all honesty. I want to know that. Especially because of how thick it is. Because, like, I can get a good crust and shit like I do now. But is it still going to be raw in the center? Because, like, I don't mind a little bit of red, but I don't want it raw. I get fucking under it, dude. Come on. There we go. So I'll probably cook this for like another 1 or 2 minutes. Maybe crank up the heat just a little bit more. Also, I do want to know, I did wash my hands, unlike we've seen some people recently online. I just want to note that. But now it's the time. I'll lower it. And this is what we'll do. I think I'll turn it around like that. I'm gonna cut open this truffle butter. Let's take a good old scoop of this. That's honestly like a lot. Fold it back up real quick. It's popping at me. Ugh. Up the steak a little bit. Get some of that flavor on the bottom. Break up the butter. And now we baste it with the butter. Ah, boy. I don't know why it's popping. Ah, fuck. Ow. Turn off the eye. Put that up. Put some more butter underneath it. Now. There we go. Taking this to the fucking sink. Holy shit. Dude, it started fucking attacking me at the end. Let's see here. Looking back and seeing what kind of things I missed. Okay, I didn't really miss much. And now I can bring over this pan, as mentioned, A5 Wagyu. Which will not take long to cook. Because it doesn't take long to sear, and it doesn't, just in general, doesn't take long to cook. And I'm not going to worry about cleaning this cutting board because I have another cutting board. Also got a plate for this, which, let's see. Okay, the metal's kind of heating this up. Like the metal from down here is kind of heating up, but not really. I'm gonna go on put at least one glove so I can touch the meat. A good old buttered up meat. Also, this is a knife that came with my apartment, and I'm just gonna use this for this. Alright. So I think I can cut through here. I don't know how I'm supposed to cut this. Because there's a bone this entire way right here, so we'll cut right there. Come on. There's that cut. And there's also a bone up here. So let me get another plate. So I can just take the bones and put it on the plate. And I'll deal with the meat that's on the plate later. Yeah, come back. Alright. Let's see how this is. MB5 plus Wagyu steak. And as I said, I'm not going to eat this whole thing. I'm going to save some of it. Oh, shit. But that's all fat. Now, let's see. Oh. Oh. Take a good old picture of that. I don't think I need a plate, especially since I'm not going to use this cutting board. Imagine bone only meat. The American ideal. Hell yeah. And I don't know. I don't know what I guess I'll try this one. Let's just look at that. I don't know if it's focused or not. Should be on an autofocus. But holy shit. Alright. It's like it instantly disintegrates in your mouth. Like, you can tell that there's meat, obviously. But, as I said, it's almost as if it disintegrates. There's no structure to it. Feels like the only thing that's keeping it together is the crust I put on it. Happy anniversary, Mr. and Miss MG. Hell yeah. Eat the fat only part. I might. See, that's the thing about the carnivore diet is that I'm supposed to eat shit like this. Also, I'm noticing that it's still a little bit red. Like that's more than a little bit, that's a lot red. But I do like steaks like this. Just as long as it's not cold, and which doesn't feel cold. So, I mean, dude, that was like I put a chunk of just melted butter in my mouth. I know that was the majority fat, but oh my god. I don't know how to do this without dripping it into the pan, but dude, like I barely squeeze it and it's like somewhat coming apart. I'm stroking my meat. Don't mind me, guys, just lightly stroking my meat. In a good or a bad way? In a good way. Premium butter, yeah. Like that. So, it's like dripping all down my hand. Dude, I played with my meat and now it's dripping all down my hands. Oh my god. I love when I play with my meat and the juices just drip down. Dude, like I straight up feel like I'm gonna do this real quick. Bro. It just broke apart by me. Like, that wasn't that much force. I just went like that, and it broke in half. I cut my meat in half. I stroked my meat and then I broke it in half. As I said, I'm not gonna eat this whole thing. Right now, at least. So, putting it up. Like, oh my god, look. Like, this is on one of the bones. Look at all that fat. It's all buttery and glossy. My meat is glorious. Yeah, I'd be stroking and sucking my own meat. Wouldn't tell me it's full of meat. Let's see, let me put this in the sink so I can take this bone. Which the bone has like some red on it. I don't mind that. As I said, I don't mind red meat. Like a flat. Like a flat blah, 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 blah. Words. Sucking your own meat, stupid style. Hell yeah! Can't wait to see the clips of that. If not, I'm gonna clip it on my own because I'm gonna make that a short. Either y'all clip it or I clip it. Up to you. I prefer not to go through my own VOD. Because I hate hearing myself. Alright. Moving all this. Now, I don't really have, like... I guess... I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Like, yeah, we're about to do A5, but I don't know what exactly. Because that pan, there was so much juice that it went all over the pan. Alright. Does this fit right here? Yeah, it does. Kinda. Kinda does. Also, I do have new tongs. Different tongs for me to cook in. So, there's that too. But for all this, I'm going to set it up. I think this is how I'm going to set it up. New cooking utensil. Which I might actually just do it in instead of on the plate like I was thinking. Then knife. Which, it looks dirty, I know. That's because I don't take care of my shit. I do, but I don't. Now I have to note, I'm not going to eat all of this, and I'm not even going to cook all of it. I have to note that. Because this is the most I've ever spent on a steak in a restaurant or raw. So, I'm gonna find out like different things to do. I'm just gonna keep it on the packaging. But Japanese A5 Scotch fillet. So let's go on and get something out of the way really quick. Where is it? Ziploc storage bag. Also, especially since I'm going to be the only one eating this. Well, actually, I don't know. Fuck. Because I kind of want to share it with one of my coworkers. Like, share the rest of it with one of my coworkers. Dude, I'm just looking at it and like just the air is like melting the fat. So I have a glove and I'm just gonna cut it down the center. And that I'm gonna put in the freezer.
I'm posting Twitter stuff.
There we go. The Preggers Fimg art, but they put stock photo of steak and an arrow with caption full of meat. Fat part of it, yeah, I'm gonna like as I said, I'm gonna cut it like right here. So like I'm actually gonna go on and well maybe a little bit more. No, I'm gonna. Dude, it's hard to cut because of it being all fat. Holy shit. Dude. It's melting. My meat's wet. Bro. Oh shit. Yeah, it's actually melting from the heat of my hand. Cleaver may have been easier. I don't have a cleaver, unlucky. Now I'm opening up this bag with my fucking teeth. We're doing that. Meat and bacon. Bro, my hand's wet. My hand is wet from my meat. Buy those overpriced knife sets at Kmart? No. I don't really like I'm contemplating buying like a smaller knife But like, I don't need it. Now, let's see here. I'm gonna try to do something because I saw it's like cut it thin. Dude, holy fuck. Look at that cross section, my guy. I need to pull up OBS so I can actually see the shit. How does that look? The fucking cross section. Oh.
Yeah.
When I saw something, dude, it's still melting. Holy fuck. But I saw something where it's like take a lighter, which gotta shake it up because I've been using this. Just take a lighter, just cook it a little bit. And flip it over. Very glad you're using gloves. Hell yeah. Holy fuck. It, bro. It- it's actually falling apart already. Let me do the autofocus. Bro. Holy fuck. Stroking my A5 meat. Then I saw. First off, because I can break it off in half. But apparently that's like all you need to cook it. Which I mean, I've ate raw meat before. So I mean, it's not that bad. Bro. Let's see. A5 Wagyu for the first time. It's straight up like you're eating just the fat. Then, gotta try to do this with just one hand. I just need to shake it. Crack it up a little bit. Pick up some of the salt. I don't know how to describe it other than the fact that, like, because I understand it's great marbling and shit. And, like, I'm gonna keep this in this, like, shape and everything when I cook it. And it won't take long to cook at all. I think I'm gonna cut this up more into thin pieces. But this I'm gonna keep like this. It may taste different when I eat this. But it just tastes like I'm eating fat. Which generally, that's sometimes a pretty good thing when it comes to just eating steak. Because fat gives it a shit ton of juice and it has a lot of flavor. But let me move this away. Pull this off to the side. Come on, light up. Like, take off my glove. Because at least I know. There we go. Not staying on. I know this won't take long to cook at all. And that's why I already have this plate here. I'm waiting to see some of the grease that's already in this pan start popping up. Because that means that's ready. So how do y'all like your steaks? Alright, here we go. Medium, sea salt, and pepper. Hell yeah. Now I do want to note, me getting A5 Wagyu is only like a one-time thing. If I do another cooking stream, it's not going to be A5 Wagyu. I should note that. Oh, I need more crust. But dude, one flip and it's already fucking completely melted. With some roast potatoes and asparagus. Oh, oh, sounds so good. It's like the outside of it's all translucent. Like, it's sweating and cooling off. How do you like your steak not raw? True. Fucking true. Like, if it's like this, I'm not eating it. Even though I did kind of just eat these. Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. And moved all this. Also, I just looked in the light. That fucking piece of meat that was sitting on the cutting board was already melting from the heat next to it. Like, it was already melting from, like, just in general the room's heat. But it was actually melting due to, like, the heat next to it. Alright, see how it looks. Yeah, that's good. Turn that shit off. Dude, there's so much fat that just came off of it. There's so much juice. So many juices from my meat. Let me wash my knife. Use bread to absorb. Unlucky, I don't have any bread. I can't have bread. Right. Get a fork. And do this. I didn't even have to use effort. Medium rare. Let's see it. I got OBS up so I can actually see it. Give you guys some light. Then autofocus. Autofocus. I can't tell how, like, because it looks blurry, but it doesn't. Let's just keep it like this. In fact, let me take a picture of it on my knife. Use meat to absorb the fat. What do you like? What is this? What is this unlocking? All right, here we go. In all honesty, A5 Wagyu, I'm a little bit disappointed, but I think it's mainly because I'm expecting it to taste different. But the truth is, the game was rigged from the start. No, never mind. But the truth is, it just tastes like fat. So if you have just a fat cap on, like, for say a ribeye, like a cheap ribeye, yeah, I'm about to put salt on it and a little bit of pepper. But if you just have like a cheap ribeye from Walmart, or if you're an Aussie, from Woolies or Kohl's or Aldi, just get one with a really thick fat cap, and like, boom, that's the taste of A5 Wagyu. No heavy seasoning, even though that did just do a lot of salt. Then pepper. Like, cut another piece. Get some salt and pepper on it. Still really intense marbling and everything. It's just waving around. I'm playing with my meat. Twitch and YouTube are watching me play with my meat. I bit my meat off. The fat from the meat is dripping down my fingers. All them juices are dripping down. But at this point, I don't really have anything else to cook. Like, I have other things to cook, but not really. Every time you say meat in this stream, egg, I have no eggs. Those 2 duck eggs at the very beginning were my last eggs. I need to go get more eggs. I feel a little bit bad because, like, really the only things that I had planned for the stream is cooking. That's it. I didn't have any talking points ready. I didn't really have any. Like, talking points that came up were stuff that were brought up. Which that does bring into the talking point that we can have. That's for salt. That's a talking point we can have. You guys can just stare at my meat on the plate. And I'll move my microphone over to the other counter so that I can clean some things and talk. So it is my second anniversary. Now that is my it's my second anniversary of being a VTuber, more specifically. I have been streaming like on and off for a while. And I'm talking like maybe 7 or 8 years. Just very on and off streaming. Like I tried streaming back in high school, which was like, damn it, that bro, that was like 10 years ago. I mean, fucking, I just realized I have this too. I did nothing with it. I'll just put it in the bag with all the piece. It's like I'm not gonna throw it away. I'll find something to use it with. I've been streaming on and off for 10 years, more seriously as a VTuber for the past 2. And that comes with ups and downs. And not in a good way. Well, some in a good way, but bad way as well. I'm not cooking anymore, so I'm gonna go close my fucking windows. But there has been a lot of different ups and downs and shit. So it's like there's ups in the sense of like, per se, last year we had the birth of FimG. And I'm not talking about just the model, I'm talking about like the character as well. Like it got designed and now it's a model too. And I won't lie, there's something, and like I'm figuring out how to word things as I go. But something that can be worded about it is okay, I really don't know how to describe it other than the fact that when I started making shorts as FimG, yes, it brought a lot of attraction to me using a female character. Okay, that water's hot. It brought a lot of attention to me using a female character, using a female model. But something to note is that there was also a bunch of what you can call tourists coming by. And they don't understand the medium of VTubing. That you can have a character of any kind that you want. And like something that like it's easy to brush off. I won't lie, it is easy to brush off for me at least. is the fact that a lot of the tourists would just come by and they would come back grown man by the way. And it's like, yeah, I'm using a fucking female model. You obviously don't fucking understand the fucking medium that I can do whatever the fuck I want. When they commit digital tourism. Shit. Because after this, I'm gonna fucking turn on my dishwasher. So it's like there's the fact that you got a bunch of bad actors coming in and out of your life. But that's also just how normal streaming is, aside from VTubing. Is that you're going to have a bunch of people that hate what you do and how you do it. And for some people, that's something very rough to deal with. And for me, for a while, it was rough to deal with. And like, I know, like, for some of you that don't know, the background behind FimG on why FimG got created. One, it was originally going to happen anyways. At some point, it would happen. It's just that I was doing charity streams, and because of the charity streams, we unlocked a goal that just sped up the process. And we ended up getting FimG a whole lot earlier. But there's a shit ton of people that don't understand that. I'm also stumbling on my talking point. But earlier I brought up something where a couple minutes ago I brought up ups and downs of VTubing and whatnot. And something that happens to me, and I mean that it happens like all the fucking time, and it sounds like I'm complaining when I bring it up. It sounds like I'm complaining. In which I guess you could say I am. I won't lie. But a lot of people come to me for advice on how to start VTubing. And I don't really know what to say. So, like, the only things that I have are the bad things that have happened to me. And then there's also good things. So it's like, for example, one, like, out of my experience, 2 years ago, I started VTubing. And I started with a live 2D model. And also keep in mind, like, I know other people would bring up, it's like, you can just go to Booth, you can go to another website. Keep in mind, I am not an internet dweller. Like, yeah, sometimes I see shit on, like, Twitter. But especially 2 years ago, I didn't know what Booth is. I barely knew what VGen was. I use VGen all the time, but I barely knew what VGen was. And to say that it's like, oh, you can use a pre-made model, you can do all this. Back then, there was like a couple pre-made models that I knew about. And I didn't like them in all honesty. Or I didn't want to use them for my own persona. So I went with Live 2D. But that's also because I didn't really fully know what PNG tubing was. So it's like if I had more knowledge back then, I would have just started with PNG tubing. Just full honesty. Because depending on which route you want to go involving your shit, VTubing is very expensive. And something to note as well is that back then, 2 years ago, like I wanted to use a male model, a male character, male everything. It was hard as fuck to find people just to do male art. Just normal, regular male art. I'm not even talking about models. I'm talking just art. It was hard as fuck for me to find male artists. Like, yeah, there were some that you could find, but like, male LMG, yeah, he is a male, but he's not super fucking roided out. And in all honesty, that was like the majority of artists that I could find back then was just complete roided out or fucking like detail sculpted every single muscle and plus muscles that don't even exist on your body. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And it's like, it wasn't shit that I wanted. And luckily back then I found an artist that would do some character design aspects as well as do a male model. So I started with a male model. But as I said, if I had the decision to go back, I would have saved myself time and money by starting out as a PNG. And then also, like, it's something that I've struggled with my entire life, but also making friends. Because, like, yeah, I could do solo content. And right now, I am doing solo content. I've essentially almost been doing solo content entirely for the past 2 years. But I will say something that a lot of people have even said in private about me is that a strong suit about me is that I am really good doing back and forth with other people. I am not good at talking by myself. And it would help a lot if I had more people to talk with. Also, as I said, I'm still trying to learn how to word this all together, so take everything with a grain of salt. The syndicate must grow and become more active. I know. Which we do have a couple things that are starting to, like, that we're trying to work on. But it's like straight up fucking back when I started VTubing. Back when I started VTubing, I had some friends. And like we were actually planning on like doing like all these different things together. And then like I really don't fully understand what the fuck happened, but all of a sudden some of them just went full on mask off and I just lost every single fucking friend that I had in the space. And then it's like I was like, damn, I have this model. And I was about to just straight up not even debut. Just pack it up forever. Just take the loss on the money and everything. Quit trying to do YouTube, quit trying to do Twitch. Because something that I have been working on, and it's a personal struggle of mine, is that, like, I know that I have people that love me in my life. Like, I love my parents, and they love me back. But it's something that I struggle with, is that it's like, I don't feel wanted a lot. I don't know if that's the proper way to say it, but I don't feel wanted. Especially after the incident where I lost all my friends and shit. It's like, because that, like, they were everything in my space. Like, everything involved in the VTubing space, they were everything for me. And after that, like, especially with how they decided to close out the friendship and shit, it just straight up made me feel that, like, nobody wanted me. Nobody wanted to see me, no one wanted to hear me. They wanted nothing to do with me. In which I didn't even really do anything. It's just a sudden turnaround of, was like, holy fuck, what the hell is going on? Which I'm not gonna go into details and shit, but it's hard to lie when something as impactful as what happened happened. You gotta reach out, build up the friends network. Yeah, in which I've been trying. Which, yeah, I'm a syndicate member now. But it's also hard for me to reach out to people as well. Because I feel sometimes I feel that sometimes, in which I know it's not the case for everything, and it's not the case for everybody, and it applies to like my IRL work, how I've dealt with school and everything. But sometimes I feel that if I can't handle something on my own, then I shouldn't be able to do it. So it's hard for me to reach out for help. It's hard for me to talk to people. And then there's also the fact that it's like I don't want to become a woe's me. Because it's like there's the fact that you could easily reach out to people and whatnot. But then are they going to reach back out to you because of who you are and what you do? Or are they only going to reach out to you because you said that you're depressed? Because like I don't want someone, I want people to be there for me without me saying, hey, I'm going to jump off of a fucking building. Not saying that I'm actually going to do it, just insinuating. Insinuating the idea. And it's hard to think about that. So I try to keep my mind off of everything. It's something I've talked about a lot in this space by other VTubers as well. Even the bigger ones, no one feels like they can talk to each other. They don't feel like they will get a response. Which that's I don't know how to word it. I don't know how to word a lot of this shit. Because I've been in a lot of situations where I have reached out to people. I've asked for help. In fact, there was a period of time in my life, especially in like high school, all the fucking teachers that would be like, if you need help, just raise your hand or like ask us or whatever. Fucking bullshit. Like, actually, fuck off. None of them fucking did that shit. No matter how big or small. Hey, Kavinsky. Thank you. Second anniversary. In which you kind of missed the main point of the not necessarily the main point, but the main, but A5 Wagyu. I've been cooking steaks this entire time. This is A5 Wagyu. Yeah. But yeah, all the fucking teachers and counselors and everything back in school that said to me and so many other people that they would help me and shit, actually fuck off. Like, don't tell a kid that you're gonna be there, you're gonna work something out. Don't fucking do that shit if you're not even gonna help them. You're not even gonna talk to them. You're not even gonna say good morning. Like, I kind of had like an intense talk about it last stream at the very beginning of GTA 3. But it's like, I was definitely one that was like, I was the easy picking for a lot of people. For bullies and shit. It was very easy for me to get bullied, and I don't know, like, I don't see it. I don't see what happened, but it's like I was the one crying in the fucking corner most of the time because I just didn't want to be there. Like, there were multiple fucking times where I told my parents, like, hey, could I get homeschooled or could I drop out or whatever? Just for the fact that I didn't want to see anybody. Like, for me, everyone that was at school, except for like a select couple of people, like out of the hundreds of people that I would see every single day, there would only be like maybe two or three. Everyone else can actually go fuck off. And it was fucking hell, dude, dealing with school. That's like, I've even told some people in the space of VTubing that's like, I will be there for you no matter what. And that's true. Like, to go up to anybody that you've seen me say or insinuate or anything that I'd say that I have said or that you feel like I would say, I will be there for you. Like, I think there's only one person that I said that to, and I stopped being there for them, but that's because I was telling them, it's like, hey, get off these sites, get off whatever. Like, they were looking at fucking 4chan of all things and believing that what people were saying about them on 4chan is what everyone thinks and how everyone believes and shit. And they straight up kept crashing out and started posting fucking Google Docs about their life and all this other shit. And it's like, dude, I gave them so many fucking warnings that it's like, no, like, I can't help you. But seriously though, go up to anybody where you feel that I have said that I will be there for them. Anytime that they have asked me to be there for them for something, I've been there. And there's been like a couple times where like I would accidentally sleep in, but it would be like 2 a.m. But I would wake up like 10 minutes later and I would be there. And then sometimes like I feel that some of those people don't even actually reach out to me. And then like something happens and I just go, "Hey, why didn't you let me know something was going on?" Oh no, funny green site. Yeah, exactly. Fucking like I don't even know how to use 4chan. I barely know how to use fucking Reddit. Only thing I know on Reddit is look up something on Google that you have like a computer issue for, and you'll probably find a Reddit link to where somebody had the same question and it gets figured out in the comments. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. I barely know how to search on fucking 4chan and shit. Like I really don't know. But all I do know is that a shit ton of people's problems that I've seen in the past has been caused by them being on 4chan. So like the best advice I can give is get off of 4chan. The common problem that a lot of people have, they're struck. I can't read those words. 1 second.
Yeah.
The common problem a lot of people have is they are stuck in echo chambers. 4chan is one, as is Reddit. Yeah, I can see that. They get told the world is a mess, they believe it. That's why so many people get told to go touch grass. The problems of the internet became far away and small if you just go for a walk. I know. It's also something to note is that, like, if you live in one country, in fact, like, I understand that the EU is a bunch of different countries. Like, if you are in the EU and you talk shit about the US, or like you see everything on the news and you quote unquote believe everything on the news, go to the US. It's not a it's not as dangerous as the fucking news makes it. I'll tell you that right now. like a shit ton of things that you see on the news, straight up, is not even in a decimal point of the population of the US. The US is fucking massive. And you're seeing shit that happens on like the equivalent of a small cul-de-sac in comparison to what all is available in the US. Stop talking shit on the US and actually visit it. Don't make your own assumptions based off of what you see on the fucking news. Something that I want to know when it comes to food, there's a whole thing behind everything is made of sugar. What if I told you that I had the opportunity to get some American snacks and American foods? Let me make sure this isn't hot. Okay, it's not. So, guess what I have? Let me put some things in the... So guess what I have? Cinnamon Toast Crunch. This is probably one of the most sugary cereals that is in the US. Is Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Just as an example. Nutrition facts. I don't know how well you can read that and whatnot, but for example, I'm looking at the Spanish side. So there's the English side. Total sugars in one serving, 12 grams. So there's 12 grams of sugar in one serving of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. But you want to know something that is worldwide, by the way. This isn't just something that is in the US, okay? Something that is worldwide. That like a shit ton of people consume. And it only has 1 gram less of sugar per serving. Milk. Whole milk. I understand it's a different type of sugar. This whole milk per serving has only 1 gram of sugar less than 1 serving of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Why? Like, I understand this is natural. This is natural, this is unnatural. I understand that. But why are we complaining about this having so much sugar? There's only 1 gram of sugar less in a whole milk. Worry about something else. You want to know something else that's worldwide as well? That's in the US and people complain about it and shit? Chocolate. They don't do anything different. There's no difference. There's so much shit in the world that people complain about, oh, Americans have this, Americans do that. Dude, we have the same shit. In fact, something to note involving some things is that there was some big news or whatever, and big talks about like, oh, the EU bans like all these different dyes and things. They ban all these chemicals and dyes that are allowed in their products. Mr. Shark says, hi, I'm here. Hello, Mr. Shark. But there's so many things where, back on the topic, like there's so many dyes and everything that are quote unquote banned in the EU and shit. Do you realize that the US has more chemicals and dyes banned than the EU? Do you know that? Like, did you know that there is more chemicals and dyes banned in the US than in the EU? And people complain about dyes and shit in the US. Sorry, I'm also setting up my dishwasher right now. Also trying to think of other things to talk about. Which there's a lot of things to talk about. I also don't really know if it's fully like it, nothing ties into each other's stream. So I mean, I could really talk about whatever. Yeah, got some juice on my fucking counter. No. Some meat juices. But where I was talking about, like, if you're from the EU and you complain about the US, actually travel to the US. What you see online and what you see on the news is only like 0.0001% of the US. Yeah, it goes both ways. Because that was something that, like, me and one of my coworkers talked about. Is that in which the topic that he was talking about It sounds insensitive, but it's kind of not. And I know that people would probably see this conversation, hear it, and they will probably give me some flack for it. But it's true. If you're in the US or North America just in general, so Canada, I don't really know about Mexico because I don't really know shit about Mexico, being honest, other than like a couple of the issues between like relations with the US and Mexico. That's really all I know. Um, if you're in the US or Canada and you go to a therapist or whatever and you get diagnosed with like ADHD or autism. Now, obviously, if it's like an intense case, yeah, you probably have it. But go to another country and live there and be like with the people and shit. Cause I'll tell you right now, there is so much shit that is different here in Australia that's different than the US. I still personally like the US more than Australia. Don't get me wrong. But I'll tell you right now, like the conversation basically led to where my coworker was saying if you get a diagnosis of ADHD or autism in the US, go to a different country in the world and try to get the same diagnosis. Because there's some people that just have mild, extremely mild cases that somebody will just immediately tick off in the US so that they can get you medicated and they will trap you into medicine and therapy and all this other shit, saying that you need it, and it's literally just a big money launder thing. I don't know. I don't necessarily want to say it's a money launder thing, even though that just did. But it's one of those keeping the sick sick so that your medicine will never cure them. You never give someone a cure because you can no longer make money from treating the symptoms. And that goes through medical and mental. You only treat symptoms so that you can constantly have a customer. That is something big in a lot of countries and a lot of companies, a lot of insurance places. Never cure. Because if you cure someone, you do not have a customer anymore. And that's where he brought up the fact that like one of his daughters or whatever was saying that um her counselor at high school or whatever was saying that she has ADHD. And he brought up saying, hey, go to another country and try to get the same diagnosis. Now, that doesn't, it should be noted, that does not mean that she does not have ADHD. That does not necessarily mean that. But it goes back to the fact where I was saying, if you're in the EU and you complain about the US, go to the US. And then if you're in the US and you're complaining about the EU, go to the EU. Experience it. There are so many differences in the world between each other that you will never fully understand until you physically go somewhere and experience it. And I understand it may be hard for people. I am very lucky and very fortunate, and I know that I'm very lucky and very fortunate to be in the specific position that I am in where my company sent me to Australia. So I'm getting to experience Australia. I understand that. But find a way to experience another country. because different countries experience things and do things very differently. And I'm not just and I'm not talking about how the US calls it flip-flops and Australia calls it thongs. I'm talking about how they live their everyday life. It is different. Trying to figure out what to do with this Wagyu on the fucking counter. I mean, right now it's cold. Oh, I got slap my meat. I'm gonna clean these and put it in the dishwasher. I don't even know if you heard that. I'm gonna clean the knife and fork and put them in the dishwasher. Wait, does that mean you're Canadian too? No, I'm from the US. More specifically, Alabama. I'm from the US, but I'm living in Australia. But I'm only living here purely for work. I don't live here for any other reason. If it wasn't for work, I would have left a long time ago. Just being honest. I don't I don't know what to do with this. I'm not gonna throw it away, don't worry. But I thought all of Syndicate was Canadian. No. Hell, Pixie's American. I don't know if she's talked about it, but yeah, she's American. Yeah, but Pixie's not Canadian. Cheap little bull. Also realizing that I left this cap out for the duck fat. I think she said so. That she's Canadian? Because she's not. Why do you think a lot of things on her sites and everything say USD and not CAD. That she's American. Yeah, she's American. You make it sound like your work casted you out to exile. You could say that. Nah. Trust me, if it wasn't for the fact that I work with such a small team, I would publicly talk about like what I do for work. And it's really fucking cool. But it's one of those, like, there's only, like, as I said, it's a really, really small team of us that's out here. And, like, we are the only people doing it in the entire country. So, me saying what I do for work publicly, like on YouTube and Twitch, if, like, people that would be very, very into, like, looking up people's lives and everything could easily find me out. It would be an easy dox, so I don't talk about it on stream. So all I say is that I work for a company and my company has a contract that is in Australia and I have to physically be in Australia for it. And sometimes, very rarely, you'll see me post something on Twitter that, like, I tease. Where it's like, like, look at this thing. And let me see if I can pull something up that I've showed before, more specifically. It's very hard to find what I was going to find. I guess this plays on repeat, but um for people that know what it is, they know exactly what it is. But let's see here. Which of course exposure is a bitch. There's not actually that much exposure on the video. But if you know what it is, you know what it is. Let's see here. Trying to think of anything else that I can put in my dishwasher. Oh, probably this. can't really think of anything else to put in the dishwasher. 'Cause, I mean, that's all my dishes. That's the pan that I was using earlier. I guess I can move my microphone back over to my desk. I can sit down and let's see here. Microphone filters. There. I don't even know if that did anything properly. Ugh. Oh, I don't even need my camera anymore. So, boom. Sniped it. You're now blind. How do you feel? Blinded by the light. Woke up like a douche in the middle of the night. Blinded by the light. Is that actually the lyrics to the song? Now we got Sent to Exile. Hell yeah. Where the fuck? Oh, there it is. The darkness and sadness forever. Yeah, that's what I love. I love darkness and sadness. Worked up like a deuce. Gotta set up everything again. Someone's talking shit about me. All right, let me set this up, especially when I can actually do this now. So let me set the shit up. Do y'all want to play a game? Also, thank you. Bless you. Holy shit. my my fucking PC's turned into a jet. Okay, that's the server. Had to change some things on my phone. Oop, oop, oop. There we go. Hello. Also, I can plug in my phone now. Ugh. All right. And we can do that. I'm now in a black void. Now I want to cook up a steak too? Dude. Bro, do it. Scroll back in the VOD. I had some fucking fire steaks. I started out with 2 duck eggs. And then I had a 30-day dry aged steak. And then I had a MB5A plus Wagyu steak. And then ended off with A5 Wagyu. Like, yeah, actual Japanese A5 Wagyu. Yeah, that's what was on the counter. That's what was on that plate was A5 Wagyu. And gotta send a... Oh, no, fuck. Gotta send a message to somebody because somebody randomly sent me a friend request. I don't know who the fuck they are. Let me see. Go over here. Is there like a join list of people? All right. Let's see. What games do I have downloaded? I could play CS. Dude, it's like I opened up Steam to look at the games list, and all of a sudden my PC's just like, oh, thank God he's no longer looking at YouTube and Twitch. It just immediately calmed down. I guess swap over to this scene so that I can, like, it'll already be set up for games. I really don't know what game to play right now. I could just end off though. But no one likes an ending. I have been streaming for 4 hours though. So yeah, I think that may be what I do. Yeah, words. Voice cracks. Yeah, it's already been 4 hours. It's already been 4 hours. On Twitch, I'm gonna send you guys over to one of my buddies that goes by accident. So in the friend groups and everything, we know him as Accident. But especially because his gamer tag for a lot of things is I could be an accident. But he calls himself Chazosaurus. So on Twitch, y'all are going over to Chazosaurus. Yeah, Chazosaurus. And it says that he's playing Pokemon Legends ZA, but he's actually playing Destiny. Explains why my brain feels like it's melting. No, it's because of the Wagyu. That's why. Also, I'm just noticing that I've been subbed to him for 29 months. But let's see here. Let me reload YouTube Studio. stream settings, edit, customization, redirect. Um, the nobody that I know is streaming right now on YouTube. You know what? I'm gonna set up a stream right now for tomorrow. Because tomorrow, granted, I don't know what time yet. Do this. I don't know what time yet, but we are gonna look at finishing um GTA 3. Create, go live, schedule stream. Reuse the settings right there. Part 4. Finale. If I spelled that correctly. If not, it's going to be something that people will point out and I'll just shake it off. And we will say tomorrow. I cannot guarantee anything. Like fully, I cannot guarantee anything. Tomorrow 8 a.m. So we'll say 8 a.m. tomorrow. My time, which is Sydney time. But that also depends on some other things, like other people and their own schedules. Other certain individuals that I'm waiting to see. Which let me see if they have scheduled anything. Let's see here. Nope, I don't see any schedules. Damn. But preemptively, we're saying 8 a.m. tomorrow. And I'm just gonna create that. Reload YouTube Studio over here for the actual stream. Edit, customize, redirect to there. Save. And once again, thank you everyone for showing up. This has been my second anniversary. And I guess we'll see what happens this next year. Because, I mean, I don't plan on quitting. Out of all the bad things that have happened, I do not plan on quitting. Hopefully this year will be better. I will say that I currently have a good chunk of things planned. And probably the best thing that I can say is I just hope that they actually happen and they happen how I want it. Which we all know it's hard for things to go how you want it. So we'll just have to wait and see. But something that everyone struggles with is that you can hope for something, you can do something, you can say something, but it will probably never be the way that you hope, do, or say. But yeah, that's how we're gonna end it off. I don't know. Things will always, we can always hope that things will be better, and we can pray or not, depending on what you do. That's all up to you. That's not my way to, that's not my decision. I don't tell you to pray. I'm just saying it as like a word of encouragement. Yeah, that's gonna be where we end off. So I guess we'll see. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Because sometimes it feels like the best thing you can do is just wake up the next day. Sometimes that's all right. It's all right if the only good thing that happens is you wake up. Because a lot of people don't. But sometimes for some people, it's hard to see it that way. All right. I'm going to shut up now. Let's talk about the right way to do communism, guys. Okay?